Hey. Okay, so I my discussion with Fezzi got some traction because Paul Vanderclay clipped it, and I avoided several times. Um, I avoided um, discussing Omphalos and the exact age of the Earth and why I believe all the things that I do because it's actually an in-depth discussion. And Richard asked, so I am going to answer. I am waiting for my tea to boil. Also, um, this might be a good time. It might be best if someone uh, who wishes to jump on and discuss these things were to, in fact, jump on so that we can have uh, this discussion, uh, so that I can have this discussion with knowing that I am actually talking to people as opposed to simply lecturing at them. But uh, barring that, I will just lecture at people. Funny enough, somebody was asking about you, Nathan, on my Discord server. Harry, Lord Harry from Great Britain, is asking about you. Uh, I hope everything's good with the newborn. Okay, so to try to do an in-depth, real recap. Let's start with the idea of uh, their of propositional tyranny. So in this little corner, we've started talking a lot about propositional tyranny, and that's important and good, but the problem is that way too many people seem to think that um, the opposite of propositional tyranny is well, that the cure to propositional tyranny is some sort of ethereal subjectivism where anything goes. And I don't think that's true at all. Um, if you believe in one God, which I do, then you believe that that God is the creator of the world, which I do. Um, then you have some semblance of respect for creation and what creation teaches you, right? And this goes back to note 4 in the back of Halachic Man, where the Rav speaks quite clearly about not being some sort of befuddled mystic who, or what we've started in this little corner, mostly referring to as Gnostic, as somebody who believes this world is absolutely lying to you, is the work of some evil demiurge, and the proper reaction is to gain this secret knowledge of the world beyond. Um, Possibly the worst perpetrator of this might be Brett Weinstein, who talks about Darwinian evolution being some sort of homicidal, genocidal spelling bee, where one sequence of DNA is trying to defeat another, and some sort of hope he has, which is honestly a very Gnostic hope, of um, of overcoming his genetic programming, as if that's somehow possible in a purely materialistic world. Now, in Judaism, we have a very well-developed theology around what Paul Vanderklay will call God 1 and God 2. And you may want to, and in fact I highly recommend, watching the discussion that Yosef had with Paul Vanderklay about God 1 and God 2. There is this concept of, within Judaism, of I am the Lord your God, and the word Lord there refers to the Tetragrammaton, and the word God there refers to the normal way in which the world runs. And you can, in a sense, put some sort of attribution to the Tetragrammaton being God's agentic interference in the cause and effect alol, I believe is the actual term, of the way things are, and an interjection into that of the miraculous. And the primary realization for which we are put into this world is to realize, Shema Israel, hear, O Israel, Hashem Elokeinu, the Lord our God, Hashem Echad, is one Lord. That it is the same God who runs the world in the material and static, arenic, I guess, way you could put it, who also runs the world in an agentic and revelatory way, where he reveals himself through these masks, which we would call the gods. And this advanced understanding is something that little children cannot understand. And if you look into Piaget's theories of development, you can understand that there are levels of development from preconceptual to conceptual, right? And if you, okay, let's see how this goes. Shane,
Hello, sir.
you are echoing. You need to turn the version of it.
Yeah, I have.
The YouTube. You
Yeah,
seem to have the YouTube, and
I thought. Okay.
I'm hearing whatever I say back from
All right. I'm exiting
your
out of
speaker.
everything else. Let me make sure.
It might just be your speakers feeding into your microphone.
Maybe here. Let's see. I just got some. Well, I've had some. There's Bluetooth headphones in the house. Here, let me mute myself. And I got a joke.
Okay.
I just thought of it.
Okay.
All right. Am I still echoing for you?
Yes.
All right. Wait 2 seconds. Okay. Go ahead with whatever.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you because I can't talk and hear myself. So we're talking about development of the human being, and if you go and read the introduction to the Mishnah of Maimonides, specifically to chapter 10 of Sanhedrin, which is where we get the 13 principles of Jewish faith from. And it is one of his, I would say, halachic works. So there are some controversies regarding Maimonides and his More Nevuchin, the Guide to the Perplexed, which in my circles is considered a work of apologetics. And so we don't believe that necessarily everything he says there is binding, although there have been various people who have very much interpreted what he said in a different light than a lot of people, I would say, like Chazi would like to do. But besides that, the fact is that the Mishneh Torah, which is his halachic magnum opus, I usually translate that as his restatement of the law, is a foundational work in Jewish, in all of Judaism. And his commentary to the Mishnah is more like the Mishneh Torah than it is the guide to the perplexed. And Fraud said Abraham Abulafia did a lot with the guide. For example, the guide is controversial. I am not going to get into the guide, and it doesn't even matter. His introduction to Perek Chelek, I am not hearing myself. Are you hearing me, Shane?
Yes.
Aha, and I am hearing you, so everything's good.
Okay.
How are you doing, Shane?
I am doing fantastically. I have a lot of theories running through my mind.
Are you still in Washington, or are you in
my
Georgia?
brother? I told you next time we talked I'd be calling you from Georgia.
You're in Georgia? I am very glad to hear you're in Georgia. You're with you're with your mom?
Yeah, I'm with I'm working, I'm running with my uncle running his business, helping him do that, and then yeah, lifting heavy uh emotions and things.
Okay, I'm glad
Yeah.
because last time we talked, you weren't doing so well.
Uh-huh. I was whiling, man.
Yes, you were. You
Yeah.
were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to see my last two books I got just now?
What are the last two books you got just
All
now?
right. So I got a long story, but purity of heart is to will one thing.
I have never
By
heard of that.
yeah, that's well, I was in Santa Cruz and this chick named Grace,
Mm.
she graced me with an invitation to go up to this like place in the hills, and there was a guy named like Vincent, and
Mm.
uh yeah. So he was obvious he was on drugs with the name like Vincent up in the hills, and then
Okay.
she graced me with weed, and I hadn't ever hit that hard on a dab pen. I'd never even hit a dab pen, and I blacked out after about 2 minutes, but I left my copy of Purity of Heart is to Will One Thing because I got out of there.
I see.
So I just bought a new one. And my joke.
Your joke.
Wait, go ahead and respond. That's fine.
No, go ahead and tell me your joke.
Okay, so you said it was what do you call a and you can I don't know bleep this out. Oh, what are your rules on cursing? Can I say one curse word?
You can say whatever you like, Shane.
All right. What do you call so this is called what is this stream called?
Omphalos.
Omphalos.
Yes.
What do you call a calm, collected dick? An Omphalos.
I see.
And then I fade, and then I go.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
I am very glad to hear you're in Georgia with your mom. I am
yeah,
very glad to
yeah.
hear you are working. And I am
Yes.
very glad to hear that you are doing heavy emotional lifting.
Yeah. A date the other day, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
Huh.
How about sometime when I'm not streaming, you and I have a conversation offline?
Okay. Do you want to know the reason I'm not really interested in reading anymore besides Soren Kierkegaard?
Sure.
Okay. So why I think the more you relate to like if your mom spoke tongues when she was a kid.
Mm-hmm. She didn't.
Well, my mom spoke
Your mom
tongues
did.
when. Yeah. She spoke tongues when she was a kid at like in a Baptist church.
Okay.
And it's like, first of all, do women? It's like the source of. It's like do women and my mom can now any verse she just spouts out verses and it's like, and doesn't it say that the Savior, his mother, will have the word like ingrained in her bones or something like that, or seared into her body or something, carved into her body or something like that, and it just makes me think.
I think it would be best if we had this discussion private.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, bud.
I will talk to you later. Please do contact me on Discord, and we will talk. And be a good boy and stay off the dab pens, please. Okay. Now, we were talking about development, and part of what I wanted to clarify with um, Chazi is that I don't think it's some sort of mistake that the Mishnah, I believe in Chagiga, says that you're not supposed to talk about Maaseh Bereshit in public to more than one person. Um, because there are things which are hard to understand. There are things which are not for children. There are things which um, it takes your level of understanding to understand. And it is only in a society which has levels of development where we don't expect children to be adults and we don't expect adults to be children. And when children act like adults, we, to some extent, not in every way, um, extend certain um, certain, do I say privileges? Um, we address people according to their level, where they are, who they are. And a wise person does not speak to every single person in the same way as they speak to individual people. Um, and Caleb says, stoked for your Georgia adventure chain. Yes, we are both very happy that you are in Georgia now. And so having having simply as part of your society this concept of progressive understanding, deeper understanding, and there being some things which you are expected to know first, and a level of development before you talk about certain things is itself part of a proper orientation within a society, and thus proper orientation of religion. So, am I going to necessarily talk to every single person about the Earth being 5,783 years old or not? No, I'm not. Because that's not the most important thing for some people to be talking about. At the same time, that does not mean what seems to be the understanding of a lot of people regarding the secrets of mysticism or the secrets of the Kabbalah, which is that once you study and get to learn those things, everything else was wink, wink, a lie. And that's part of the reason why it's so important that I do believe that the world was created 5,783 years ago. Because guess what? When I look at my parents' ketubah, which is their marriage document, it says on it the year since the creation of the world. Similarly, if I were to get married, hopefully one day that will happen, my ketubah will say so many years since the creation of the world. And if that is not true, if that is not true according to the Kabbalah, if that is not true, if it is not true, then that requires a level of honesty from me, which doesn't even say to little children, it's been 5,783 years since the creation of the world. The opposite of propositional tyranny is not the invalidation of propositions completely. And if I were to discover that actually the Exodus never happened, or that in fact the world is not 5,783 years old, this requires of me to change how I live my life, because God's name is in fact truth. So I am not in any way nullifying the importance of the propositional or the importance of science. At the same time, we have to have some sort of epistemological balance between what we know from the Torah and from Revelation, and what we as human beings can reasonably understand and say that we actually know. I haven't been able to find where I read this. I seem to remember that it was the Ben Ish Chai, but unfortunately I haven't been able to verify this. The Ben Ish Chai was a Kabbalist who lived about 200 years ago. Let's see when the Ben Ish Chai passed away. Ben Ish Chai. He died in 1909. He was one of the great rabbis of his generation, specifically in Iraq. And if I remember correctly, it was him who said this. But it doesn't even matter, because what I remember is that somebody had come and said to whoever this rabbi was that scientists have proven that the earth is round. And he was delighted at this fact because from what he understood of the Kabbalah, the earth in fact had to be round. Now, I'm not going to get into why, according to the Kabbalah, that should or should not be. Let's for a minute assume that the Kabbalah says that the earth is an orb, and that there was a rabbi who was living in a city where all of the supposed scientists and everybody believed that the earth was flat. And because of this, he were to, in fact, start reinterpreting the Kabbalah and the Torah and everything about it in such a way as to verify this known fact everybody supposedly knows, that, yes, the earth is flat. What would that do when the science changed? And I constantly talk about this. Nobody else finds it as interesting as I do. But when we talk about the earth going around the sun, or the sun going around the earth, right? If you expect the Torah from before 100 years ago to have explained to people the relationship between the sun and the earth in such a way that it would 100% match up with general relativity, there was not the language for that to happen in any way. And it is a profound mistake for us to try to reinterpret our scriptures to make them match with whatever the science is of the day. We have scripture, we have revelation, we have what mysticism and the hermeneutic method of scripture teaches us. We have scientific methods for knowing things, and we try to reconcile these in those matters where it is actually a practical difference, right? So when a scientist says, when a known doctor says, you have to eat on Yom Kippur, you eat on Yom Kippur. If your doctor says you have to eat bread on Passover, you eat bread on Passover. And if he says you shouldn't have gluten on Passover, then you get gluten-free matzahs on Passover. And yes, they are incredibly expensive. But there are levels of scientific knowledge. There are similarly levels of revelation. There are things which are absolutely fundamental to our belief as Jews. We believe, it is absolutely fundamental to our belief that the Sabbath is a memorial of the 7 days of creation. This is not a negotiable within Judaism. Similarly, it is absolutely fundamental to our beliefs that there was an exodus from Egypt. This is one of the 10 commandments. I am the Lord your God who took you out of Egypt, right? So there are very important beliefs which are religious beliefs. And then there are very important things we learn scientifically. And we have to, as adults, learn to mesh and live with these two sources of knowledge. So when we talk about religious belief, we have levels of importance of particular ideas. That there is one God who created the world, and that's something. So the Big Bang Theory, in case you were not aware, where does the name Big Bang come from? There was a professor, I could look up his name, who about 100 years ago believed in what was at the time the given cosmology that every scientist worth his salt believed in, which was called the steady state hypothesis, which was that no, there actually is not a beginning of the world. This idea that the world started is a religious belief out of the Bible. The earth always was. And funny enough, if you look into the cosmology of the Latter-day Saints, and Joseph Smith, he tries to reconcile the Bible to the science of his time and the steady state hypothesis. And this idea that the world had a beginning was considered religious mumbo jumbo. And this professor was on a radio show talking about this idea that certain religious, specifically Catholic cosmologists had, that in fact the world must have had a beginning. And he referred to it as the Big Bang hypothesis, not because he was in any way trying to promote the idea. Whether or not he was trying to denigrate it is a question for the ages, but the fact is certainly that he was not an adherent to this idea of the Big Bang. And he was, in fact, arguing that we should keep these religious nuts who believe that the world had a beginning out of our science. Well, come the redshift and come more information, and we find out that actually, apparently there is a Big Bang. And you can start looking into the works of Sir Roger Penrose and exactly what his theories are, but keeping these two separate magisteria, as I believe the Catholics call it, separate, is important. There is a reason why we keep a level of epistemological purity between what we say that the Bible teaches, that Halakha teaches, that Judaism teaches, that the Kabbalah teaches, and that which is taught scientifically. Because it is the very nature of science for our understanding to advance, hopefully constantly. And it is a profound mistake at any one time to take that which we currently understand to be the current scientific understanding and to reinterpret your Bible based on that. Now, that doesn't mean that when we are trying to apply the Bible in our lives, we don't try to understand the world as it exists. But there are various levels of confidence with which you understand something to be a part of your religious revelation. I hope that's clear. And if somebody wants to jump on so that I'm not talking to myself and I'm making each step here clear, please do. That would be nice. Now, similarly, there are levels of confidence with science. There are things which are observed. There are things which we know with greater assurance and with less assurance. And there are certain things which we assume as part of science, which we cannot scientifically prove. So Occam's razor is incredibly useful for understanding science. Because if we do not take what is simplest, and the question becomes, what exactly does it mean to be the simplest explanation? then we could have all manner of explanations. And science would not progress. So Occam's razor is useful. But Occam's razor does not invalidate something that I have a reason to believe for religious reasons. It doesn't make it impossible. And that's where Omphalos comes in. And there are other things about science and scientific humility, which is also an important part of being a scientist. Science is not prescriptive, it is descriptive. It is not normative, it is positive. And scientific knowledge is incomplete. That's why scientism is a problem. And so when a scientist tells me that the world is 14 billion years old, the real question becomes, does that mean that I should now rip up my parents' ketubah? Or when I get married, should my ketubah no longer say 5,783 or whenever it happens years since the creation of the world? With what degree of confidence does science say that the world is 14 billion years old? And the fact is that it's a very low level of confidence, partially because of Omphalos, and for other reasons. I mean, if you understand general relativity, you understand that the passage of time depends on your relative speed. How fast was God going during the 7 days of creation? What is God's relationship with the 7 days of creation? What level of scientific accuracy and confidence do you have that all of the things which we very much believe, we say about the flood, nishtana hateva, that the nature of the world changed, which is why in Judaism we believe that the age of the human beings after the flood was so much different than before the flood. Now, that's not a scientific thing. That's not something science can accurately speak about. There was a miraculous flood which completely changed the nature of the world. At Mount Sinai, there was a miraculous revelation of God which completely changed the world. These are not things that science can speak to. And so I don't actually need Omphalos, and I did not need Omphalos to understand how, hello, Chazi. I was just talking about you. Shavua Tov, good moed. It is Chol HaMoed in Israel and here. We're in the middle of the Passover, and I hear there are some people who also celebrate this day for various reasons. And so if you want to jump on, Chazi, it would be nice to have you, but I'm guessing you are having Chol HaMoed type things with the family, and I do not want to keep you from your wife and kids. So I didn't need Omphalos to make me perfectly willing to say the Torah says 5,783 years. Science says 14 billion. These are two different ways of gaining information. Practically, when it comes to my ketubah, I am going to go with what the Torah says. And when it comes to, I don't even know where this would actually be practical. But if I am calculating, I don't know, carbon dating something, or trying to figure out the distance between several galaxies in some cosmological manner, I use the methodology that is appropriate to what I am doing. And when these two things interact is when I have to actually make a practical decision between these two things. And this is fundamental to the Jewish view of how to understand Scripture. When we say Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chayim, these and these are the words of the living God. So, should I pull up Oven of Achnai? I will pull up Oven of Achnai. Baba Metzia 59b. And this is known as the Oven of Achnai. This is a very famous part of the Gemara, which many people misunderstand, and me most of all. But I think it's incredibly important to this discussion that we're having with a lot of what's going on. And one of the most important parts of it, there's a discussion rabbis are having, and Rabbi Eliezer he answers all their questions, but they don't want to actually listen to him. Did I pull this up? I forgot to pull this up. Here you go. Baba Metzia 59b 2 at the top of the page. Amar lahem im halacha kamoti charuv ze yochiach. He said to them, if the halacha is as I say, this carob tree will prove it. Ne'ekar charuv mimkomo. The carob tree got up from its place. Me'a ama ve'amri le arba me'ot ama. 100 cubits, and there are those who say 400 cubits. So which is it? Which is it? Did the carob tree jump 100 cubits or 400 cubits? Was it 300 cubits? Some people will say, so must have been a little bit more than 100 cubits, a little bit less than 400 cubits. It must have been 200 cubits. 250, let's round it off, right? No. There are those who remember this story as 100 cubits and some who remember the story as 400 cubits. And what the Talmud doesn't actually care about is what the GoPro on Rabbi Eliezer's head would have said. And if you pay attention and you go and you look into the commentaries, I'm pretty sure that there's a commentary of the Ben Yehoyada. Here it is, who is the Ben Ishchai. And he talks about the symbolism of the 100 cubits versus the 400 cubits. Yep, there it is. If you can see it here, right? And he says that Ach be'emet af al pi shehem heshivo kach vaday nireh deha'ot shel hachiruv na'aseh lechvodo lechazek et devarav v'lachen ne'kar mea ama. The reason why it was 100 cubits was because modim, which means that we acknowledge, we confess, that word has the gematria of 100. And there are those who say 400 because the word 400 has the gematria of maskil, which means someone who makes you more knowledgeable. And maskil is 400. Eilu ve'eilu divrei Elokim chayim. And if you're insisting on the GoPro, you are completely destroying the meaning of this Talmud and the beautiful teachings that the Ben Ishchai can derive out of it. In your modernist literalism, you're destroying it. Hello, the Sampo. I don't believe you've been here before. We will never know how many cubits unless we start a few wars over it. Thank you. The point is, like a Torah scroll, Rabbi Eliezer's wisdom was rolled up and lost because they wouldn't listen. Chazi, you're such... I love the man, but he is so Protestant. He is so caught up in, well, which is it? Is it 100 cubits or 400 cubits? And I like the Ben Ishchai's answer much better. I like the Ben Ishchai's answer much better because it is not mixing the Torah with a scientific epistemology. There is no reason why anyone should look at that Talmud and ever try to figure out whether it was 100 cubits or 400 cubits that the cherub miraculously jumped. He says 0. Correct. We shouldn't read that Talmud that way. Thank you. Okay. Now let's get back to Omphalos. The word Omphalos means umbilical cord. Belly button. And the question is, did Adam have an umbilical cord? Have a belly button? He didn't have an umbilical cord. He wasn't born. So why would Adam have a thing? He says that's not the Bible. If you didn't listen to what my whole speech regarding the different levels of confidence between the things we know from Revelation and the things we know from science, within those things, please do. My son asked if the snake that came from Moses' staff had a belly button. Good question. Okay. I hope your son's not listening to this, but if he is. Okay. It's not the Torah, it's not the Bible, but I read my Bible the way I read the Talmud, and not exactly the same way as I read the Talmud, but in a more similar manner, because it is revelation. I don't read it scientifically, and I don't think you should. He is. What's your answer? No. Yes. The to the extent that snakes have a belly button, that snake also had a belly button. If he understands what I'm saying. Snakes don't have belly buttons, do they? No, I don't believe they do, but if there is a mark that is left through the process of, because Adam did have a belly button, and I'll explain to you why Adam had a belly button. So first, you have to understand the question of Adam having a belly button. If God created Adam with a belly button, despite the fact that Adam was never born, is that a lie? Is God creating Adam in such a way as it is deceptive to us? That's why the significance of whether or not Adam had a belly button. Because Adam is representing the first conscious man and not the first man. Go away, you Protestant. Chezi is starting Lutheran Judaism. Any of you Lutherans who would like to be Jewish, Chezi can be our new Martin Luther. Adam, in his miraculous formation, still had a belly button, according to the Talmud, from over 1,000 years ago, not trying to make these things jive. Why? Because the Talmud says in Rosh Hashanah and in other places, Betzivionam, that God created the world Betzivionam. What does that mean? It says that God created trees ose pri. Etz pri ose pri. He created trees that had fruit on them, meaning they were fully grown. And similarly, Adam was created fully grown. Even though he was 1 day old, he was not a baby. He was created fully grown. And the entire world was created fully grown. we don't believe this in order to make sense of the 14 billion years. We believe this for many, many other reasons. And no, that is not a lie. We don't read the Talmud in a scientific way, but when the Talmud talks about something like creation, Omphalos is a theological problem, Chazi. Omphalos is a theological problem that preceded the question of how old the world was. I want you to no. You can't have it both ways without seeing it both ways. No. Okay. Let's put aside the scientific question of how the world was created, and let's look simply at the theological question of how the world was created according to the Torah. The theological question of how the world was created, there are many. It's a Talmud. You have to study the Talmud theologically, not scientifically. Theologically, it talks about shor par. It talks about etz pri ose pri. That those trees on that day were created in a way that they looked fully formed. I don't think that's where the question navel gazing came from, but it could. And that's an important theological question. And if you theologically answer Omphalos the way that Judaism does, it completely, 1,000 years before, over 1,000 years before, 1,500 years before, any question of 14 million versus 5,783 turns the question on its head. Because there is no scientific way of, and this is what a lot of people, unfortunately, like Chazi, who I don't think spent as much time in science courses as I did, even though I didn't spend as much time in science courses as most secular studies people did. The fact is, panpsychism is considered okay science, as is the multiverse theory, as are many, many theories. String theory is completely unfalsifiable. And from a scientific standpoint, there is no way to be sure, and Omphalos is sometimes called last Thursdayism. There is no way to be sure that the world was not created last Thursday. Oh, I remember last Wednesday, and I have memories from years and years ago. There is zero scientific confidence in that the world was not created in a way where, in fact, and I have to say, mechadesh b'chol yom, right? That, in fact, and this gets into the B theory of time, which I do believe in the B theory of time. And these are not things we teach children, Chazi. because they're, frankly, most of them don't have the conceptual development. I'm not saying anything particularly about your son. He may be far more capable of understanding abstract concepts than your average, I believe he's 9. But most 9-year-olds have no capacity to understand things in this level of abstraction. And it's not just 9-year-olds. The fact is, the vast majority of human beings are not capable of understanding things at this level of abstraction. And they don't need to. We could get into the B theory of time if we needed to. But there does exist a level of distributed cognition which is necessary. Great. What is the Torah's thoughts on science? What is an atom? Why does a gene look the way it does? And what is its holy reason behind it? Yes, not for kids, 16 plus. Honestly, there are many, many letters which the Rebbe wrote to scientists I think you should read. Because, frankly, the Rebbe understood this stuff much better than I did. And I have always been amazed that a man who was born in 1902 in Russia and died in 1994 spoke so incredibly eloquently and elegantly about matters of scientific philosophy in ways that are awe-inspiring. But I have to say, part of the problem here, Hezi, is I think you have a sort of vision of how science operates, which is very different from how I understood it. So one of the first red pill moments that I had as a child. So I was, I must have been 14, and I had I was taking AP biology, which was supposed to be a college level biology course. And we had an old encyclopedia set. It was a 1973 encyclopedia set at home, which I read voraciously. I may have read that entire encyclopedia set cover to cover. And I had a homework assignment where there was a chart of the parts of a cell, and I was supposed to label each part of the cell and give its function. And I thought I was going to outsmart my teacher. And instead of using my textbook, I opened up where there was a labeled picture in my encyclopedia. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. There are things I could tell you about the mitochondria. It's mitochondria. Yeah, have actually spent. Yeah, there's spiritual things regarding mitochondria, which we may need to talk about. But I think it was the Golgi bodies that So I open up the encyclopedia set, and it has a cell marked out with all its pieces and talks about all of the functions of the various parts of the cell. Okay, so I'm happily copying this, and it said about the Golgi bodies something, and I was like, hold up here, this is not what I remember from my textbook. Now, this was 1991, maybe? I was 14, yeah, 1991, around there. So the encyclopedia set was only 4 years older than me. And my textbook was a new textbook, and I'm looking at my encyclopedia set, and it's telling me that Golgi bodies do one thing. And I'm looking at my biology textbook, and it's telling me Golgi bodies do something else. And I'm sitting there, and I have to say, this was one of the most foundational and formational moments of my life. I'm sitting there, and I'm going, this is the encyclopedia, this is my textbook, they're telling me different things. And if you want to talk about deconstruction, right? Imagine me as a 14-year-old sitting with a Talmud, right? Or my Bible. And I have my NIV Bible and I have my KJV Bible. And the verses are different. Now, no intelligent human being would say, oh, we should throw science out because in the 18 years between when my encyclopedia set was printed and when my biology textbook was printed, our understanding of what Golgi bodies do change. Because that's what science does. That's what science is. And please consider for 5 minutes what would have happened if some rabbi had taken that encyclopedia set and used it to reinterpret their Torah. When I was talking with Paul Vanderklay before the Synod last year regarding gay marriage, my biggest concern was what is the church going to say if in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, we find out the cause of homosexual orientation and fix it? Yes, I mean exactly like Maimonides and the moon. I think it is an absolute mistake for anybody to take Maimonides trying to understand his science into the Torah and make that Torah. I think that's a huge mistake. He was also a scientist and a doctor. What is the church going to do? Because anybody who knows anything about science, and I have to say this, anybody who's honest in their understanding of biology and medicine understands that there's no such thing as a functioning sexual orientation that is homosexual. It's a scientific contradiction, and we can talk about all the details. It is a scientific contradiction. You cannot have a homosexual orientation that is functional. You can have a dysfunctional one, and you can have reasons for the dysfunction, right? We can explain why animals commit suicide. But functionally, a homosexual orientation is suicide. From a Darwinian evolutionary perspective, there is no questioning this. And if you're a materialist, there's a reason why the fascists and the communists both killed all their homosexuals. Because if you believe in Darwinian evolution, this is perfectly clear. It is only through Abrahamic value of human beings and understanding that the individual human has a value beyond Darwinian evolution that you come to the point of actually caring about people who are dysfunctional in a biological way. That's why the Nazis and the communists just cleared out their insane asylums. Just cleared out euthanasia. It makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense if you are a reductive materialist. In fact, you should be, if you are a reductive materialist, you could save trillions of dollars by just putting everyone over 70 to death. Useless eaters. Yes, exactly. Yes, the Torah is eternal. Every day that goes by, we expose more of its splendor. Bechol darchecha de'ehu. Many derachim are required fit the full picture of God, including postmodernism, yada yada yada. I am very concerned that you don't understand what I'm saying at all, Chazi. But back to Omphalos. So theologically, we as Jews believe that Olam is from Lashon Helem, comes from that world means hiding. Olam is Helem. That the world is a mask which hides godliness. And this is something we believe theologically. So there is no reason whatsoever why a religious Jew should find the idea that God created the world 5,783 years ago to look like it was 14 billion years old in any way contradictory. In fact, it is theologically perfectly consistent with everything Judaism has taught for thousands of years. Okay, I have no idea if I made that perfectly clear, even though I thought I did. And Helem Davar, yes, Helem Davar, to be hidden. And I have to say, I mean, when you look at the Mishnah and it talks about Maaseh Bereshit being something that is advanced Judaism, honestly, I think it's 1,000 or maybe 1,500 years ago. I don't know that people had that sort of contradictory problem as children understanding. Honestly, I mean, the introduction to Perek Chelek is one of the things that every child should be taught as soon as they start having these questions. I hope you've gone through it with your son, Chazi, because that's the most important thing you can go through with your son. Because once you understand his clear definition of what Jewish faith is in opposition to modernism, is when you stop having these silly requirements that anybody believe the world is 14 billion years old. Okay, there are some people watching. So if those people who are watching want to come on and discuss further, you can. If you assume that Genesis tells the deepest truth, is it important to waste any time you could spend on your salvation worrying about how old the earth really is? I agree with you completely. Both can be integrated. Part of the problem with trying to integrate them exactly as you are, Chazi, is you have convinced yourself that science has reached its final destination, and it hasn't, and it's not even close. And so your attempts at integrating the two, even where they don't yet need to be integrated, is exactly what I think is so theologically wrong about your rabid Zionism. We are in a time of galut. Michael, how you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
How much of this did you listen to?
I've caught the last bit here, but not all of it.
Okay, because I thought if somebody as smart as you listened to this whole thing, you would just destroy me.
Hardly.
Chazi says, I think we agree, you just won't use the language I want to hear, and I guess that depends on who you are talking to and what context. It's beyond that, Chazi. I think the language that you want to use and that you do use is beyond dangerous in that it pushes a modernist view that ultimately is so problematic that as much as I prefer not to be a heresy hunter, I think you're bordering on the heretical, and I understand why it makes people so uncomfortable. And I think that's doubly so from somebody who comes from my background as what's called a Baal Tshuva. So within Orthodox Judaism, there is a conflict between those who were raised within Orthodox Judaism and look at the grass on the other side as being much greener, and the people who have left the secular world seeking refuge within Jewish Orthodoxy, who are called Baalei Tshuva, who are fiercely, including me, fiercely opposed to a lot of attempts at reforming Orthodox Judaism in ways that I think are absolutely horrible. Integration with a moving target and mixing lesser value scientific knowledge with deep truth at the Bible. I agree. Nope, not final like Rashi and Rambam. Using what's around me. Galut is over. All that's left is the Galut mindset. And Paul of Tarsus, the young Levite, has spoken. If only we believe hard enough, then the salvation is here. Chazi, Galut will be over when it shall be absolutely unnecessary for me to tell you to stop being a heretic. No, Michael, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh boy. So grew up very, very like white Midwest country, Pentecostal, right?
Okay.
And the manner in which the seriousness of the timeline is taken, let's say in like a Kinham creationist museum sort of way, is quite important to the circles I grew up in. And I've found some integration with that in the last few years here with this journey in ideas about consciousness itself in relation to in our relationship to God. A few years ago, I think I had heard Peugeot say something to the effect of, yeah, of course, every memory that we have about the world is about 7,000 something years old. It's pretty good estimate. In the Orthodox tradition, we that's about all we have. There's nothing that precedes that, right? And so whatever it is that we participate in some sense of, for lack of a better, attempting to use words to describe some of this stuff. And it's like, okay, participation in consciousness, and maybe there's 7,000 years of consciousness to participate in. And then whatever precedes this, to your point, the manner in which what exists there and how we might perceive it and how we might try to make it adhere to some idea about how we see time, or how we want to measure and how we want to control. It's like, maybe I'll listen to my dad and the Kinham Museum a little bit more seriously in some sense.
So for me, the importance of the theological value, okay, of an anthropocentric view, right? Theology for me is about orientation in the world. And that orientation must be anthropocentric in order. And when Pajot says you're trying to have this objective view, and where are you standing where you're viewing, right? And I know that the scientismists get very, very upset when we start bringing relativity and quantum mechanics into this. But honestly, you have to ask yourself, and I think this was something that Jordan Peterson asked, which so he had a video with two Catholic cosmologists, and they didn't quite understand what he was saying, which is if there is no observer, how do you collapse super states, right? And I have, ever since I brought this up, there are people who talk about various ways that they might be collapsed through entanglement and whatever, but it's a serious question. And similarly, like when you're measuring time and you understand general relativity, right? The only thing that 14 billion years of creation can be is time relative to the earth, right? It's not some absolute measure of time, which, and once you understand all of that, I think this is why Eric Weinstein is so opposed to he says there are a bunch of things which we lie about in order to keep the religious outside of our scientific framework, and we do. And we have to stop telling those lies because those lies are impeding scientific progress. And I think he's absolutely right.
So I'm going to ask a question, and one thing that I might have even said to myself with this topic in the past, in pointing out the this Christian calendar and where we start counting up from, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I would point out like, oh well, maybe it wasn't really Christian. Here's Julius Caesar, and then they were counted. Okay, well, whatever that might be the case, and whatever the Christians might consider baptizing of that, or if they got to it first, or see, it's sort of neither here nor there. The question that I'm curious about from your perspective is, do you believe that either through baptizing the concept or through creation of the concept of where, let's say, 0 is for us on a calendar in the Christian tradition, if that is if you see that as a theological statement about time itself?
So I had to pull up this article that I just retweeted from the Babylon Bee earlier today. God confirms Orthodox rapture will occur 1 week after regular rapture. It's actually a pretty funny article. I highly recommend it. And the calendar issue has weirdly become a serious issue. When I was talking to Father Stephen and the old calendarists, right? So Vervaeke is now talking to
I caught where you guys are thinking about. I've watched all those talks.
A bishop from the genuine Orthodox Church, the true Orthodox Church.
Super true, absolutely, for sure, genuine.
Yes, because they're old calendarists. And it's funny, but one of the things that Judaism has been absolutely protective of for thousands of years is what's called Sod HaIbur, which means the secrets of the calendar. And I always found that weird, but it is actually something that, you can find it in the Talmud. It was like, one thing you can't tell the Gentiles is about the calendar. And you see that at Nicaea, it was a very big deal that, and part of what caused, if not caused the schism, was a obvious rift in the schism between Judaism and Christianity, was when Nicaea discussed the necessity for Christians to divorce themselves from a reliance upon the rabbis to determine the calendar. And so it seems kind of strange and funny that this is so important to us these days. At the same time, this is one of those things that makes me go. So whenever I look at the Talmud and the three Babas, so the three most difficult tractates of the Talmud, it's actually one tractate which has been divided into three. It's called Baba Kama, Baba Metzia, Baba Batra, which means the first gate, the middle gate, and the last gate, right? And it's all about economics. Okay, it's all about economics, and it's considered the hardest part of the Talmud. And so there are 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law, and the last one you get tested on to become what's called a dayan, or a rabbinic judge, is that one, and it's the most difficult one. It's all the rules of business and interest, and it's all economics. And one of the things that for me has been absolutely faith reaffirming is this theologically developed economic system of rabbis from 2,000 years ago is beautiful and functions in ways that Marxists only wish right, they could they could point to the Das Kapital. There is no reason, there is no earthly reason that I can think of that a bunch of rabbis from 2,000 years ago would devise an economic system which would work so well that it is, in fact, the foundation of capitalism today. Okay? So for me, that's always been like, see, there must have been God's guidance here. But the fact that the calendar, so here, let me pull up Rashi on Genesis 1:1. So this is the first Rashi on the Torah, and this is what he says. In the beginning, Rabbi Isaac said, the Torah, which is the law book of Israel, should have commenced with the verse, Exodus 12:2. This month shall be unto you the first of the months, which is the first commandment given to Israel. And HaChodesh Hazeh Yeh Lachem Rosh Chodeshim is the basis upon which we understand the calculation of the months and the calendar, and why it is so important that the Jewish community be based around the calendar, right? Because that is the first mitzvah, and like Rashi quotes in the Talmud, one of the rabbis says, the Torah should have started with that verse, right? So when I look at that, and I see the theological importance of the calendar in making clear what I disagree so much with Father Stephen about, because ultimately our disagreement ultimately seems to not be over anything other than who is a valid priest of God. When it says, Atem tihiu li mamlechet kohanim, you shall be for me a nation of priests, the question is Father Stephen the Young a priest? Or am I a priest?
Well, in some sense, that is the foundational claim from the Christian community or something, right? Where it's like, where we are not Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that discipleship to Yahweh and participation in that body, right? That's now the calendar. It's like creation is now finished with Christ on the cross, right? And this full manifestation of this second hypostasis that comes to fully immerse us.
Okay, I have to say, now you're getting into something which a lot of Eastern Orthodoxy will agree with you on, but Father Stephen does not.
Okay.
Supersessionism. So the Father Stephen, his interpretation, as I understand it, of Romans, is that ultimately he seems to think that the Jews, the Orthodox Jews, will also come to a belief in Jesus, And the Bishop of Jerusalem will be, he seems to believe that the Bishop of Jerusalem will in fact become the patriarch of the entirety of Christianity. And so there will be a unification of Judaism and Christianity in the end, in a way that would frankly gobsmack everyone, and in a very real sense would make the Bishop of Jerusalem, who will be an Orthodox Jew, the Pope of Christianity and the entire world. That seems to be how he understands
it. Do you think that that there's a Christian claim in that? It's like, so everything that you just said sort of maps to me in as truth, as something that is actually fulfilled in Jesus.
Okay, so the question, so apparently Father Seraphim Rose also wrote about this. The possibility that Jesus will come back and become the head of the church is a bit beyond the type of eschatology that Father Stephen is partaking in.
My comment on that would be sort of a breaking of time itself, where that, in some sense, that incarnation and that moment,
right,
is also the end where that's happening.
Okay, I'm not sure if you're a preterist or a premillennialist. Do you know those words?
Kinda.
Okay, so a preterist would say that the Bible's promises have already been fulfilled in Jesus, and an premillennialist will say that there is a sense in which all of the things in the Bible are going to be completely and literally fulfilled in a way that is world-rending, in Jesus showing up literally with a a fleet of angels from the sky and like dashing his enemies to pieces, right? I don't know which one you are talking about.
So the way that I would respond to that, and forgive me if any of it's frustrating, because I could understand why it might be, is I would repeat something that my priest said to me not too long ago, which I'll butcher, but it's something to the effect of, in speaking about Christ's return, he came again, he's always coming, and he'll come again. Right. And then even in the sense of, all right, so then there's another problem where I'm very much so, I guess you might say, a Peugeotian these days when it comes to speaking about meaning which we're trying to find, and including something that seems closest to the text, or things that are true in the most basic sense, but then we try to talk about them and encapsulate it with something like literal. But even that which is literal, or understanding something in a basic sense, it's like, well, the text doesn't seem to do justice to what is true in the most basic sense. And so then there's a problem of meaning there, including the manner in which Christ descends with a host of angels and vanquishes enemies, and that we might make this statement of how observable that is, not only incarnationally,
Mm.
uh, but transcendent through what we might barely even attempt to grasp at, is in time and see manifest in the Psalms.
Okay, it sounds to me like you are espousing a bit of an agnosticism, which is um, there is a fulfillment that you see in the scriptures which could be classified as preterism, and a fulfillment you anticipate that could be considered some sort of pre-millennialism that isn't um, that is not very literal at all. That's more. Um, I think actually agnostic might be the best word for it, which is which is a true intellectual humility, which I actually kind of like, and I generally agree with, right? Of what I disagree with, though, is I have a complete belief that preterism is wrong, and and that's because I believe that a prophecy that is fulfilled will obviously have been fulfilled in a way that leaves no doubt once it is fulfilled, right? So I have an agnosticism similar to yours in how things will be fulfilled. There are multiple ways. I've several times spoken about um, my. This isn't my interpretation. This isn't how I expect things to happen. But this is one explanation of how things could, in fact, play out, that the scientific-minded modernist mind finds not at all problematic, that I also would find not at all problematic, which is a UFO could land on the Temple Mount, and a bunch of extraterrestrials explain to us that they have technology beyond anything we could have ever hoped, and that the Jewish Bible was their best way of guiding our development in as much truth as our puny minds were able to perceive, until the time it became necessary for the parousia, or the revelation, which at that point we would be ready to understand. That would in no way be contrary to anything I believe in terms of the biblical prophecy. I can't think of any biblical prophecy which would not be completely fulfilled in my understanding in through that. Similarly, if we were to find out that in fact this is a simulation that was started 5,783 years ago, would not faze me at all. What I am adamantly opposed to is what I think has kind of become a and attempt to satiate yourself with, oh, well, maybe these things um, were in fact fulfilled with X, Y, and Z, because if I squint really hard, I will be able to see them. Jeremiah 31, and it absolutely, like, I don't understand why Christians will pay so much attention to Jeremiah 31 and totally miss this verse. Behold, days are coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel. And this is where Christians get their idea of a new covenant, right? And with the house of Yehuda, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the days that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Mitzrayim, Egypt, which covenant of mine they broke, although I was their master, says the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my Torah in their inner parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. And this verse gets quoted in the Christian Bible. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, says the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sins no more. So, if this verse has been fulfilled, what are we talking about?
So, all right. So
why am I even asking that question?
I have to come, just to even attempt to poke at this stuff. There's a rationalist materialist inside of me that was a Marxist communist for many years that is screaming and just like, what? But okay, so I have this visualization of that which is incarnational. Right? It's like this light that comes down and it's just bursting and it bursts out, right? And so you have the same from above, right? And that hits the material, right, and moves outward, and when I look at, when I'm like watching useful charts or something, and like here's this timeline, here's this here's zero, right? Here's this bursting out. Now to tie that into a new covenant, in some sense, right? I might point at Christ on the cross. It's a good day to talk about this, right? For us, where it is finished. And we would take the stance that we might take the stance that in the completion of creation is an exploding out, right? And that and so you see the fulfillment transcend time itself, right?
So believe it or not, I have zero problems with this.
Okay.
I have zero problems with this, and I completely understand it. And this is why I personally can say I think of Jesus, of Christianity, but Jesus, as Mashiach ben Yosef, right? That, and there are the four craftsmen of which believe it's in Zechariah, and one of them is the Josephite Messiah. And I have the book Mashiach ben Yosef right there. I gave it 3 stars, but that's 3 more stars than I give most books. um, and frankly, and I've said this to many people long before tonight, if the Eastern Orthodox and the Catholics and the Protestants were to somehow go into communion with each other, that would give me pause. It really would. Similarly, I think part of the reason why Islam needs to exist is because it is Islam which so clearly to me shows that, in fact, the true path is not Christianity, not Islam, but Judaism. And if you're making that chart, right? If you're making that chart of what happened, sure, you can start with Jesus and show Christianity and maybe show Islam as coming out of it, and say that Jesus was that focal point. As he says, I'm not squinting, I'm standing in Israel, wide, eyes wide open, except you're squinting, Chazi, because just a week ago, we were talking about the Israeli government falling apart. So please, Chazi, let's be serious. You're squinting very, very hard, and I think you should stop. And I will go back to Tisha B'Av, on that wonderful Tisha B'Av, when what's his name, Ariel Sharon, proved quite definitively that Zionism is just plain wrong. That's an occasional laugh. Okay, so you can, if you want to, start drawing that line from the life of Jesus. But I think a better line is to, in fact, see that Israel has always been that guiding light, the way that the Isaiah says, you are a light unto the nations. And in fact, when the question becomes who has the priesthood, right? Ultimately, despite all our faults, and trust me, I could detail the faults in ways you never could, right? Ultimately, it's funny that people have started becoming such monarchists lately, because the hardest thing for me has always been accepting a hereditary priesthood, except that I now appreciate what a problem it is to have a voluntary priesthood. It isn't it isn't because I am a good guy that God has chosen me to be a Jew. Trust me. I every day I wonder if he has in fact chosen me to be a Jew. I really do. Yet I think if somebody is truly being honest, the priesthood of Israel is clear today in ways that make me at times simply cry. Have you heard the story I keep on telling of Rabbi Skobach and the cloistered monk?
Maybe.
I'll tell it again because I love this story so much. So Rabbi Skobach is a rabbi for Jews for Judaism, which is a counter missionary. And I highly recommend his commentary on the New Testament. It's on YouTube. It's like 50 hours and it's still going, but it's really good. He goes chapter by chapter. And he's told this story on during that, and he's told this story several times. He's from Toronto. And he says that on a regular basis, and frankly, when I saw this verse, it floored me, and I wondered how Christians can live with this verse, which says, it's from Zechariah. It says, on that day, 10 men from each language will grab a Jew by the corner of his garment. And Calvin's interpretation that Jew is Jesus just doesn't work in the Hebrew. And they will say, we want to go with you in the plural because we have heard that God is with you. And Rabbi Skobach says, I get emails on a daily basis saying the word corner there, corner of garment is kanaf, and tzitzit, we call the tzitzit, the fringes, we call them arba kanfot, the four corners, right? It says, I get emails on a daily basis of people saying, Rabbi, I just want to hold on to your tzitzis because I have heard God is with you. And so one of our residents, we'll read his thing later, but one of our resident Noahites, and the fact I know a Noahide just like flabbergasts me on a regular basis. Every time I try to explain to Jews, second night of the Seder, I was at my rabbi's house, and I was talking to him, explaining to him, conferring with him. And his daughters were like asking me and like, what are you talking about? And and the two of us are trying to explain to his daughters what these people are who are asking rabbis for guidance. And they're like, why don't they go ask their own people? Like, who are these people? Why are they asking you? Right? But so Rabbi Skobach says he lives in Toronto, and I actually checked. He mentioned the cross streets of where this monastery is, and I went and there's actually two monasteries there. So I don't know which one it is, and I couldn't find out what kind of monastery, if it's Catholic, if it's Eastern Orthodox, what exactly it is. But there is a monastery near where he lives. And he said he got a phone call from a monk in the monastery who said, Rabbi, you have to come visit me. And Rabbi Skobach's like, what? Rabbi, I have to talk to you. You have to come. And he goes to a monastery of a cloistered monk in his cell. And the monk says, I want to convert to Judaism. And apparently he's Jewish now. And Rabbi Skobak's like, why? And he says part of the order of their monastic order is that they recite the entirety of the Book of Psalms every day. And Psalm 119 is an 8-fold acrostic. It's the longest chapter in the entire Bible. It's 176 verses because there are 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And 8 verses for each letter. And it is an ode to the Torah in ways that put Paul of Tarsus to shame. Not once in there does it say your laws are a curse or rubbish, as Paul put it. Not once in 176 verses. I'll let you object afterwards. But he said, after I recited it so many days, and apparently he had been reciting it for 20 years, I said to myself, if it's so great, why don't I keep it? And a cloistered monk converted to Orthodox Judaism. How you explain that? I have searched all of history for a single devout Jew who, reading his Bible, who in his devoted passion for Judaism came to the conclusion that that Jesus is the Messiah. I searched. I contacted Jews for Judaism, Jews for Jesus, First Fruits for Zion. I got lists of names. I went through them. There's a guy, Isaac Lichtenstein. He wrote books. He was a rabbi, and he advocated for Jews en masse to convert to Christianity. I read his book. He himself never got baptized because he said he wouldn't do it until all the other Jews did it. But he was a proponent of it. And I went and I read his book. He is the closest thing I have found to a religious Jew who seriously looked and went, yes, Jesus is the Jewish Messiah, and he never got baptized. If you believe in God, and you believe that God is close to all who call upon him in truth, has there not been one Jew praying 3 times a day for the coming of the Messiah who has had the merits of God revealing to him that the Messiah has already come? Not one. It amazes me that I can't find one. It amazes me. It's miraculous. In all these years, right? Not one. And every time somebody claims, oh, found one, I genuinely look into it. Because if you were to find such a unicorn, that would be interesting to me. I would love to speak to that person.
So
you want to defend Paul and curse of the law?
So the way that this has had to be set up for me has the way I felt relentlessly pursued, and the perspectives that I seem to hold, to my surprise, I'm going to do my best to articulate here. So, you know, I spent the last 2 years kind of traveling around to these different different Orthodox Christian parishes,
Mm.
and experiencing their communities, and like getting a sense of what the heck I was getting myself into.
Okay.
Um, and and the people that I encounter at these various parishes, there's varying degrees of light, let's say, right? And and they're people, just like everywhere else, right? And just like the Protestants or the Catholics, although I've spent time, certainly more in the Protestant circles, uh, where there's glimmers of logos, glimmers of light, uh, and then some places you see a lot more of it, you know. Now, I have this picture in my head where across time, um, and in our rebellion, there are other times where we're obedient, and often the groups of folks that are obedient, they're small groups. It's a narrow path, right?
Right.
And so uh, uh, those obedient to God, and that the part of God that we can encounter, right? And the way that we think about that as hypostasis, right? As that which the way God meets us, right? Um, and and so anyone who truly has turned themselves over uh, to the Lord of Lords, it's like that person to me is like a son of light,
Mm.
right? No matter whatever the circumstance may be. And it's like, well, how do you know? How do you know if that's the case? This is where I would talk about fruits, right? And I'm very
And
much
faith.
uh, agreed.
Yeah.
I'm very much so on Paul Tarsus' side on this, in the sense of the fruits that we see let us know what kind of tree that we're dealing with, and so that when you are dealing with someone that has the Lord of Lords on the throne,
Mm.
right, then you see that they're that kind of tree because they bear that kind of fruit. Right?
I'm not sure where Paul says that. In fact, I would be very surprised if Paul of Tarsus ever said that.
Yes, I can make that case pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to go through that right now, but I can do that pretty
Okay.
well. I would start with Galatians 5, but I can go deeper into that too.
Okay.
Now, with that as a foundation, to me, to my surprise, so I can understand. I started to understand some of this stuff on like Jungian archetypal basis, something like that, right? Something that you might try to describe as metaphorical, right?
Okay.
That Lewis and Tolkien would later balk at and go, no, it's not about metaphorical or literal. This is a bad paradigm. It's applicability, right? That's how they would talk about it. And part of what I see um, from this applicability sense. It's like, okay, here's logos. I see Christ in all of these things,
Mhm.
right? Now, what does that have to do with a man named Jesus, right? And any kind of like incarnation in the flesh that walked the earth,
Mhm.
right? And the to my surprise, seeing truth and maybe even the spirit that it contains truth itself and participating in it,
Mhm.
and so much that I have been able to directly participate in at this fractal level. It's like at the very bottom of that fractal level is this: did a man walk this earth who
Mhm.
was a full incarnation of the fullness of Logos and died on a cross,
Mhm.
right? And was reborn. And I go, okay, I that's I don't know about that, man. That's pretty weird, right?
Well, okay, it,
And
and I have to go back to
I can cap this off.
okay.
And so where I land is like, here's all this truth I see at this fractal level, and
Mhm.
here's this bottom piece of it that I can't actually experience,
Mhm.
and that my intellectual humility, or it requires intellectual humility and faith to bridge that gap, and I wasn't capable of either.
Mhm.
And that for me, that faith was worked through me.
Mhm. Yeah. No, no, no. Okay. So this goes into a very, very like this. I am constantly talking about where I think Pajot misses the mark, which is when he says the story of Jesus is the perfect story. The story of Jesus is, I mean, I have no problem with understanding how the story of Jesus can be a story. And I mean, when it comes to Mashiach ben Yosef, just to answer Antonio, isn't it true that Mashiach ben Yosef isn't guaranteed to show up before Mashiach ben David? But if he does, he is destined to perish. Actually, the Arizal tells us to pray in the Shemona Esrei, so 3 times a day, that Mashiach ben Yosef, in fact, should not die. And we believe all prophecies for calamity uh, can, in fact, be nullified through prayer and repentance. So Mashiach ben Yosef does not necessarily need to die. And that's part of the reason why I would say that Christianity is a Mashiach ben Yosef as opposed to Jesus. But making Jesus the story reduces life and in ways that is itself idolatrous. Because Jesus, the martyr, fine. Jesus, the vanquishing, um, the vanquishing and avenging angel, that's also a story. That's a story that's included in the Gospels, but has not been fulfilled in Jesus. And Jesus, the Father, the provider, Jesus, the husband, unfortunately, the story of Jesus in the Christian Bible is a lot richer than the Mary Sue Jesus that Christian theology has in fact turned him into. Um, because there the Jesus of the actual Gospels was defeated. He was defeated, and that is his story, which Paul and early Christians saw would be fulfilled when he returns, right? And makes and vanquishes evil truly. And theologically, when you look at Easter, right, you end up having to mythologize away that actual reality. And so no, I don't think Jesus is the perfect story. And not only do I not think he is the perfect story, I think the proof of it is the monastic nature of a lot of Christian life. That to try to live the life of Jesus is a life of suffering. And that can't be the only story.
It's fun. Okay. So
let me just catch Kazi's thing. We have the priesthood as a collective that is an individual. Even the Gentile could be deemed a priest individually. I agree, but we have the priesthood as a collective. Yeah, I think it is important to distinguish. When Father Stephen says he is a priest, he means he is a priest by virtue of his ordination as a sacrament of the church he belongs to, whereas I think that is historically self-evidently wrong. And the very unfortunate war in the Ukraine be the proof.
So I'm glad that there was something I want to touch on the priesthood piece as well. So anyone in obedience to God that we interact with, right? That meets us, right? Sons of light.
Right.
So let's say that's a body.
Okay.
And there is, in a sense, anyone in that obedience, right, is a shepherd of creation.
Okay.
Right. Because it's in obedience, right? And then we also experience order and hierarchy. That is like this intersection of the invisible and the visible. Okay, so it's like Father Stephen. I encounter Father Stephen, and here is this spiritual father that I'm also encountering in material reality. And so there's a sense in which I am in my obedience a priest, and that he is my priest. Right.
Okay.
And so I think that this is a pattern that is true across time.
Okay.
Right. Or whatever time means. But I see this pattern, and I see that, you know, the obedience and then rebellion over the entire cataloging that we have of our interactions with God, right?
Okay.
Right. Now, to participate in God that we can participate in. I've actually, just this week, I think there was an articulation of this that was really beautiful to me, that struck me, and I was doing a dive on gratitude, and I would love to get your help with that, on understanding some of the variations on thanks or gratitude or acknowledgement or praise in
Mhm.
Hebrew. But this idea, I think in the Masoretic Psalm 22:3, there's like 5 words, and it's something like the holy dwells, praise ye Israel. Something like that.
Psalm 22:3.
Yes.
Oh my God, I cry in the daytime. But thou hast, but thou hearest not, and in this night season, and I have no rest. Is that the one?
No.
Or
Uh,
Psalm 22 is the what you call it is the Psalm. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? That's the one you mean, right?
so New King James 2022:3 is but you are holy, enthroned in praises.
Okay, yeah. So in the Masoretic text, when there's a title like to the chief musician upon a Psalm of David upon then it moves it one. So Va'ata Kadosh Yosef
Okay,
Tehilot
so that's the
Israel.
same as the Septuagint.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
got it.
Um,
I have it
yeah.
backwards.
So, but thou art holy, O thou that art enthroned upon the praises of Israel. Okay.
Yeah, it's like 5 words in Hebrew.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is actually something we recite a lot
No doubt.
in the new in the liturgy. So the word Yehudi, meaning Jew, comes from the root hey, dalid, hey, hodeh, modeh, which is which has 3 meanings. It means to confess, it means to praise, and it means to thank. And the psalm which so Hodu Lashem Ki Tov Ki L'Olam Chasto is what's called the Great Hallel. Great Hallel is Psalm 136. Psalm 136.
Do you mind to riff a little bit further before we dive?
Go right ahead.
So in encountering this, it was pointing at, because I was doing this dive on gratitude, and the idea that I had that someone had written something about pointing to this was the manner in which the Lord dwells in gratitude, right?
Right.
And as I was looking at the word praise in these different variations, both in Greek and in Hebrew, right? I could see where these and it makes sense, right? To praise, to acknowledge, to thank,
Right.
and it's sort of, and I see this in my own life, in a lot of the healing that I've participated in, where to encounter, to recognize that which is home, that which is identity, that which is experience at all, and to live in gratitude and thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
Or that in that praise, in that gratitude, in that thanks actually dwells, because I'm not capable of that personally.
Right.
I know what I'm capable of. It's pretty dark.
Yeah.
And that there's also no other, like, let's say in a Jungian archetype sense, there's no other spirit or fleshly passion thing. There's all this craziness. The way Paul would talk about it is members of the inner man,
Mm-hmm.
right? None of them are capable of gratitude either. And to experience and participate in gratitude is being worked through me and encountering the Lord itself. And so we talk about to participate in Christianity, or to participate in Christ,
Mhm.
Jesus. And I would say not only is it not suffering, it's actually to participate in gratitude.
Okay. I mean, so when you say gratitude, I think of lahodot. So like I said, Psalm 136, right? Give thanks to the Lord, for He is good, for His steadfast love endures forever. And this is actually a pretty long psalm. We say, in fact, on Passover specifically, and Hallel. So Yosef Tehilot, right? Hallel does, that's praise, but the actual word gratitude, hoda'ah, um, which is the root of the word Jew and Yehudi, right? And Yehuda, right? Which is the essence of what it is to be Jewish, is to uh, one of the meanings is to confess, and confession is to admit, is an integral part of it, as is praise, as is thankfulness and gratitude. Okay, um, and you can turn anything into an idol, and I think Christians have 2,000 years of practice of turning Jesus into an idol, where He includes everything.
So to the case that we would make is that, or might make, is to combat idolatry
Mm.
is obedience to. Is it weird or offensive if I say Yahweh?
You can say it. I mean, it's most people don't.
um,
How about Havaya? If
Havaya?
that
Okay.
Havaya is much better. Yes.
Yeah. Or the Lord. Can I say the Lord?
Lord's good.
Lord's
Yes.
correct. Okay, great. So obedience to the Lord,
Mm.
right? And when I'm saying that, I'm very much so talking about like the second hypostasis, right?
You mean the first? Oh no! Oh, you mean Jesus? Okay. Okay.
There's the, yeah, right. But very, it's also very much a logos, right? And I'm also saying like to encounter God at all, burning bush or Jesus or any of it. That's all. It's all the same, right? Yeah,
But
I know,
it's not all the same.
I know,
This
I
is
know,
the problem.
I know, but that's
The problem is you are collapsing.
yes, yes,
This is. I mean, this is where the disagreement is.
yes,
That
yes.
you are insisting something that the Bible very much insists is not true. And I think that if you seriously consider it,
Mhm.
right, Jesus was not a husband, right? Genesis 1 says quite clearly, in the image of God created He it, male and female created He them. Jesus, I'm guessing you don't believe, was female.
Uh, I see the masculine attributes of orderliness and participation in, right? So it's like to encounter these various gods,
Right.
right? And their attributes, right? Whether that's Mars or Dionysus, and I mean, man, we're living at a time where we're starting to see some some things rear their heads, right?
Yes.
Mass, yeah. It's like, whoa, right? And so the sons of light
Right.
that that you can see manifesting, or that the Lord of Lords is manifesting through them, because it's not something they're capable of, right?
Okay.
That recognizing that tree, anywhere you recognize that tree, right? Whether it's a Moses in a burning bush, or in Christ, or it's like the spirit of truth, right? Or
Okay.
the spirit of logos, right? Which is the way, is the only thing
But
that
but
destroys idolatry.
you're but that's the whole problem. You are collapsing. You're deliberately collapsing. Jesus was not a mother. He wasn't a father. He wasn't, and and that idolatry is idolatry itself. That is the idolatry that has caused the schism between Judaism and Christianity.
Mm.
Jesus cannot, it is impossible for Jesus to actually be a representation of God as mother.
So for us, we see the intersection of the entire cosmos in Christ, right?
And you're wrong.
Um, and so I would say that we would talk about how we notice that, right?
Michael, you're squinting really hard to try to see the feminine aspect of God in Jesus, and it's not there.
One way that I would, it's funny. I was at when I was first encountering orthodoxy. I was at this little conference. Richard Rowland had talked about it. It was out in Wichita, Kansas,
Mm.
and I made my way out there. And this lady who was there, we were talking about this old icon, and there's this picture of Jesus. He's got this line. She was pointing out. She's like, "Look how masculine he is. Look how masculine Jesus is, and the beard and the." And it's so funny because I was actually just coming. I wasn't really onto that train yet, and I was hanging out in these online communities of like heavy Nietzscheans,
Okay.
and that were like kind of down a Apollo Mars rabbit hole, at least to some degree,
Okay.
right? Hyper masculinity. Now, I come from the Marine Corps as well. Right?
Okay.
I'm in the Marine Corps, and the way that masculinity, in its extremities, right, unveils itself,
Mm.
is very fascist, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And
The
so,
Ubermensch. Yeah. Okay.
oh yeah, well, it could be.
Yeah.
Maybe they might even make the argument that that's an abuse of the idea of what Ubermensch is. But right. But to go to war, to exterminate, to right, yeah, that gets dark fast.
Michael. Okay. If you're gonna go down the line of Jesus being defeated is his femininity.
No.
Okay.
Um,
Until he gives birth,
yeah. So
it's not femininity.
yes. Masculinity unbalanced,
Okay.
an excess of orderliness becomes fascism.
Okay. I don't know where you're going.
Yeah. So what we see in Christ, right, is the impossible balance of orderliness and chaos, of truth and grace, right? And so the manner in which we see femininity in Christ is just like with logos, that it's the perfect, it's just the right amount of the left hand and the right hand.
Okay, I'm listening. But
Okay, so that's how we encounter the feminine in Christ, right? And one of the presentations of this that you see in the Orthodox Church so much is you have the wild masculinity in John the Forerunner, right, on one side, and then you will see the Theotokos on the other side, right? And so here's on each side, and then you have Christ in the middle. Right, and so this is how we find the intersection of so much.
Michael, okay, I see that you're trying really hard to see things there that simply cannot be contained in a single human being.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, I agree
Okay.
so much. I'm surprised at my belief at the fleshly incarnation of Logos.
Honestly, I think it's obviously wrong, and I think
Yeah.
that. So for me, the fact that Genesis 1 talks about male and female created he them, and the fact that when male and female come together, they do that which is most godly, which is create another human being. I think once you get married and have a kid and hold that child in your hand, I think you might see it very differently, what it means to incarnate the logos.
So that fair, and that's like me as a person that Logos can incarnate in me through this grace. But Christ, Jesus wasn't, he's not me, right? He is special.
Okay, so this goes back to monogenes and me disagreeing with Father Stephen and him telling me that what he means by monogenes is yechidi. Because, and again, this is something I have said repeatedly and I continue to say repeatedly, the idolatry of Christianity is precisely in rejecting the humanity of Jesus. Jesus becomes born of a virgin, becomes not you. And I don't think that's what Jesus was preaching at all.
So for us to fully accept his humanity is important, and it's just as important to accept his full divinity. And we're not letting up the gas on either. It's not a 50-50. It's both gas pedals at once.
Which is why it doesn't work.
Now, I agree with you. It certainly doesn't work for the rational mind.
And Michael, so this gets to a point where people say it's a mystery. And if you're going to tell me it's a mystery, all I can say is pray.
I'm not going to say that, although I can understand why people would point at that. It is once again for me, it's like the intersection of two things, right?
Mm-hmm.
We see this a lot with Christianity, both ands, a lot of both ands, right?
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of that is wishful reinterpretation, as opposed to a humility in simply saying, okay, you know what? If Jesus really is the Jewish Messiah, then maybe Gamliel in Acts 5 is correct, and we don't need to go around killing everyone who disagrees with us.
Those that participate in gratitude and encounter the Lord and are in obedience to God, the way I would think about that in a very serious sense, encounter a savior from the flesh, right? And from sin. And the only deliverance from the oppression and bondage of my carnal desires that get a strong hold on me, whether that was marijuana or Ben and Jerry's or video games or hatred or some Marxist communist nonsense or whatever, these things that I was in bondage to, that my savior from all of those things seems to be encountering something like what Moses was somewhere near in the burning bush, right?
I don't want to in any way reduce your encounter with Jesus.
Right.
And I am not in any way reducing your encounter with Jesus when I say that he could, in fact, represent God to you, right? Just like the burning bush represented God to Moses, or the angels that represented God to various of the other people in the Bible, right? If Jesus is a representation of God, we don't have any problems.
Right.
We do have problems when he is the representation of God, because that is idolatry.
So when I am in bondage to the communism or the Ben and Jerry's or the marijuana or whatever, I take those things and I put them at this highest place, right? And when they're in that highest place, I know that I'm in bondage to idolatry.
Okay.
And I'm going to say the thing that is rationally infuriating, which is I see this. I see this encountering of God across time, and I bought onto that. I participated in that. To my surprise, I'm like, whoop, that's real. Wow.
Okay.
And then to find myself in a both and situation, which is not rational. Okay, it really isn't.
Okay.
Where Christ is manifested in a man that walked the earth, right? And then to go, that is that man that walked that full person, incarnate, born of a virgin mother, so on and so forth. That's the miracle in which I understand all of reality through. Yeah, I get it, man. I get why you'd be like, nah, I get it. But
no. See, that's the thing. I don't think you're hearing me. And I'll tell you what.
Sure.
Because that man, right, the Rebbe, I believe represented God in the world in a fleshly way, in ways that individuals that I know, right, in a very real sense, were able to connect with God by their connection to the Rebbe. I don't have any problem with that. What I do have a problem with is when that becomes the only full representation, right? And that is precisely that part of Christianity. You had an experience, and Jesus, in his ascension, because I'm guessing you didn't physically greet him, right? Did in fact connect you to a godliness that is beyond you. I have no problem with this at all. It's not even surprising to me. In fact, I would say this is precisely what Maimonides 1,000 years ago said Jesus exists for. Yet, I think you're turning him into an idol.
I want to try to convey that I hear you, and that you're confident that I hear you. What I hear, so I'm going to try to articulate it a little bit. I'm sure I'll fail a little bit, but hopefully you'll give me some grace. So it's like, okay, well, here's Logos and here's God, and yes, like you have a child, and you're like, see how that incarnates in you, and then there's also these holy people that we encounter that point us back to God in a very serious sense, and also are an encountering with God in a serious sense, and that Jesus represents an example of that, a beautiful example of that, just like the gentleman that you pointed out on your wall. And it's like, well, if you take any one of those particular examples of incarnations of Logos and you hold it too high, then you're putting it above God.
No. You are containing godliness in that container, right?
Yeah.
God can be represented, but he can't be contained.
Yeah. And if I do the containing, it's in some way like taking God off of the highest place, right? That's hence like the idolship.
I guess. I mean, honestly, I mean, it goes back to the understanding, and I think the monarchical Trinity understands this better than I think you're representing the monarchical Trinity, which is that when we say God, when the Eastern Orthodox say God, they do not mean Jesus.
Does it sound like I hear you? I want to restate.
When you say, Michael, when you say God,
yes,
without any qualification, do you mean Jesus?
To my surprise.
That is heresy in Eastern Orthodox Christianity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is. I highly recommend you review what Bo Branson and Father Stephen have said, because when that is, I mean, Jesus is not a say. Correct.
So we regularly, right, Say Jesus Christ, our true God. Right?
Yes,
Yes.
I understand that.
Yes.
But that is very different from when you say God,
Mhm.
just God, without any qualification,
Mhm.
right? The monarchy of the Father is that God is the Father, not the Son or the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, yeah. And so here, what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't try to conflate essence with energy, right? I wouldn't try to conflate those things. Right. And so there is.
No. Jesus, you believe Jesus' essence. I understand that.
Yeah, yeah. So to
That's
encounter, yeah, yeah.
no. Again, okay, Michael. I seriously think
Yes, sir.
you should verify for yourself that your understanding of the monarchy of the Father, because how you're representing the monarchy of the Father is very, very different. I'm not even sure how you're representing the monarchy of the Father. Like,
Right.
what does it mean for the Father to have monarchy?
Right. I can speak to what I notice and the best of my the best of my ability. There is thank you, Isaac. There is God which is unreachable and beyond my understanding, right? And there is God that I encounter that is not me. Like I was talking to Mark about this a few weeks ago, and I'm like, yeah, it's like emanation, right? It's like from above to below. Like it's not you, right? And it's
Right.
also beyond. It's like there without you, right?
Right.
All right. So that, but you do encounter it. Okay. So
Okay.
here's one side, that which you cannot encounter, that which you can encounter, and then there's participation, right? And so these three things represent what I seem to be able to stand under in relation to God.
Okay. So you are aware of the filioque.
Yes.
Okay. So God the Father aspirates the Spirit, not the Son.
Yeah, I mean, depending on who you talk to within the Orthodox tradition, some people will say something like, we could probably find the ways in which we can find some common ground on that, I guess. And I
Because what you were
yeah.
explaining kind of sounded like the Father through the Son aspirates the Spirit.
I'm not getting at that I'm not getting at that necessarily or trying to skirt around it. All that I notice is that there's participation, there is emanation, and then there's the unreachable, right? And so, like, is that which I participate in? Does it have to come through the second hypostasis rather than the Father? Look, there's a participative, there is encountering the burning bush, and then there's the unreachable. That's all I know.
Okay, but God, the monarchy of the Father, is that when you say, I guess, O Theos, right? When it is while the Son and the Spirit participate in the essence of the Father, ultimately, God, like that is the monotheism of the monarchy, is God the Father, not the Son, not the Spirit.
Yeah, and I appreciate John's position on like, yeah, and begotten, right, and in the beginning, right. So that seems important, and that the distinction is also important because logos points us back at the Father,
Right.
but also is a participation in and essence of the Father. That which we can encounter of the Father is through the Son.
I
Yeah.
see. I have no problem with this because this matches up with the types of stuff that Father Stephen says.
Yes, yes.
But when you tell me that when you say God, you think Jesus, that tells me you are viewing things very differently than understanding that I mean, we'll go back to this, right?
So maybe the way that I would poorly
or even this,
yeah,
right?
We were talking about like Mars and Apollo earlier.
Yeah.
It seems to me that when something is too abstract for people, when it doesn't have enough personhood, it's really easy for us to okay, so I'm going to back out our ways and like come at this from a Jungian lens.
Okay.
Right. So
I have to warn you, I do have to go to sleep at midnight, but keep
fair. Thank you for being gracious with your time, sir. So if I don't have this personhood of Jesus, right, it doesn't, I mean, and Jesus, one of the things that's important about Jesus is that he's like, I'm not the Father, right?
I noticed.
Right. So, and so what I'm not trying to conflate that, but then also he's like, I'm the Son of Man, which is united with the Father, right? So it's
I don't know if you watched my video on the Son of Man debate.
Is it fair enough to say that he points at the sense in which he's like, I am also the law?
So I was actually rewatching this video because I sent somebody. So here is the link in the chat. It's one of my shorter videos because it got cut off at the beginning at the end. So Geza Vermes may be the best known authority on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Because if you buy an English translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, they will be by Geza Vermes. He was from a Jewish family that during the Holocaust, when he was a child, his parents and him converted to Christianity. He was raised Catholic. He became a Catholic priest and spent many years as a Catholic priest and studied the Dead Sea Scrolls. And towards the end of his life, he reverted to Judaism. Part of what he made clear is the Pshita. I don't know if you've heard of the Pshita, but the Syriac Church actually officially, I think a lot of members of the Syriac Church in fact believe in what's called Pshita primacy, which means that the Pshita is the original of the New Testament. What is absolutely clear to me, as somebody who actually knows a tiny bit of Aramaic, is that the Pshita is obviously a translation from the Greek. And one of the reasons why it is so obvious, so let me actually see if I can.
I think I heard you talk about this once. I
Um,
don't remember the details.
pull up so here we go. So this is one of the this is one of the ways in which Son of Man is translated in the Pshita. Bare din danasha, right? And they added 5 letters into a total of 10-letter word, right? In order to stop people from understanding Jesus, saying Son of Man the only way that you would understand Son of Man in Aramaic. If Jesus had been speaking in Aramaic, what is perfectly obvious to an Aramaic speaker is that he's not saying what the Greek Bible there claims that he is saying. Right? And this is one of the reasons why a Catholic priest reverted to Judaism. So when it comes down to Son of Man and what Jesus was saying in calling himself a Son of Man, very unfortunately, I would say for most Christians, is I think Hazi's saying goodbye.
Thank you.
The theology of the Greek Christian Bible, which I attribute to Paul of Tarsus, is very clearly different from the theology that Jesus evinces, which I think is far closer to a Jewish theology, which sees all human beings as representing God. The idea that a human being can represent God is not Christian, it's Genesis 1. The Christian part of it is a rejection that you are a representation of God.
I love this. For me, this falls right in line with it as well. You're right. It's Joshua, right? And so here's this like common name, right? And it's also to understand that this divine spark in all of man.
Yeah.
And that and so here is logos in all men, right? And so there is an encountering of logos, but yeah. I mean, this idea that there's full God, full man, right? There's not just a fiery flame of logos in a man, but full God as well. That is quite the claim, right?
I think the problem here is mostly that you don't see that flame in yourself.
Maybe, but I just also what a thing that we can notice even just in the last 2 minutes is me specifically talking about that flame inside all men and certainly in me, right?
Okay, but not in the same way as it's in Jesus.
Yeah, I am actually pointing at that as being distinctive, and that does make a difference here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And my question to you is, why do you separate Jesus from yourself so qualitatively?
I know. Yeah, no kidding. So it's a fair question, And
Okay, I need 5 minutes.
please,
I am going to run a 5-minute timer and be back.
yes, sir. Sandy, I see your comment on Galatians 2:20. So I'm taking a second to refamiliarize myself with it.
How long was I off?
Just a few seconds, really.
Okay. Let's see what people said. Is he using logos as God, the flame as spirit of God? Separation of himself from Jesus is interesting or perturbing, considering his beginning point in Galatians. Where does that put Galatians 2:20? I don't know what that is. Participation in the life, it says Christ provides. Teach us Torah, Michael. Okay, so.
So, I was thinking about this during the break, and it strikes me that the Christian perspective might be that it's like an origin story for logos. And the claim might be, I have to talk about this through the most intellectually humble terms that I can, because it's really stretching at my limits here. So an origin story, or an origin claim about logos, even, where it's like God sent his son into the world, right? And then here is full logos, full God. And he dies on a cross, he defeats death and explodes through all of human existence, where every human is bound together with the thing that unites us all, which is death, and meets us all there. And this is also a way in which we understand how logos, like John is making the claim that logos is at the beginning, right? And so there's this understanding that the logos is with the Father in the beginning, but also that logos is born and crucified, right? And that also sort of represents maybe the theological claim of the zero and the bursting out, right?
The zero?
So it's like, here's the origin story of logos,
Right.
right? And like, yes, it exists at the beginning of time, and you find that, and you find logos in Genesis. And that's there because of this incarnation that happened in Christ. Like, this is the origin. This is not a representation. It is like the initial presentation, and we're actually saying that this is where creation is finished. And it breaks our concept of time entirely. And that's also why that zero is marked there.
I understand what you are saying.
Right.
I think you're just obviously wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't put it more simply than that, that Jesus obviously fails to provide that full incarnation, as opposed to arguably one incarnation.
there's maybe this sense where we watch.
Here, let me
And
let
I
me
know
let
how
me
you
let
how you'd
me
argue.
let me point something.
Yes.
So Jesus as the full incarnation of the Logos. Why didn't he write a gospel which is complete and uh, we end up with 4 gospels and then the letters of Paul, right? Why not a full incarnation of the Logos in a single gospel written by this incarnation of the Logos?
Yeah. Any proclamation of good news at all is only capable through Logos, and that I'm actually making the claim that is being worked through me. And I would, earlier as a Jungian, I was like, I'll acknowledge that as Christ. I don't know about this Jesus thing, but to my surprise, I find myself confessing that the origin story of Christ and of Logos is Jesus.
But it's
And
not.
so,
I mean, okay. No, I mean, that's so like I realize it's really tempting, and Christians for thousands of years have been trying to shoehorn that in. And it's like, but it doesn't work. And that is my point of, if Jesus' story was the perfect story, then we wouldn't have the rest of the Bible. We wouldn't have the story of Moses and Adam and and David and all the other people. And that is particularly what is problematic about Christianity, is this insistence on collapsing the Bible into the life of Jesus, which obviously fails, because he isn't Pinchas, because he isn't David, because he isn't Moses, he isn't Joshua, he isn't Joseph.
Yeah, I agree with all. I agree with those things, and I also would say that I think again, the origin of this thing, I think, is where we divide. But there's goodness in those folks that you've mentioned, holiness in them,
but not good enough.
Well, whatever holiness does exist in each one of the individuals that you just pointed out, right,
must come from Jesus.
That holiness definitely didn't come from them, right? We would probably, I think that we
right. It came from God.
It came from God. Yeah. And so we are going, okay, well, any encountering of God that there is, right? Any encountering of the Lord that there is a there's a personhood to that, a hypostasis to that.
Okay.
The origin story of that actually breaks your idea about time, and that all of those.
Michael, it's not a question of time.
Sure.
It's a question of Jesus fails to be Devorah. He fails over and over and over again, and you're insisting, it must be, and it's like, I'm sorry, you're just wrong.
Help me understand what he's failing at.
Oh, Deborah, right? So, like Miriam, like there are so many different stories, and Jesus' story simply fails to be all of those stories, which is why you have all of those other stories.
All stories that seem to contain truth. So, I mean, this probably sends us in circles a little bit. The thing that I would say is like all.
We've been going in circles for a while, and I've been trying it, but like this is, I mean, it's the essential argument At which, honestly, I have to say, like, God, pray about it. I've certainly been praying about it, and God is going to have to judge who is in fact right and wrong, because it seems perfectly crystal clear to me that to collapse all of these stories into one person is the precise type of idolatry that the Bible rails against from beginning to end, including the life of Jesus, including the preaching of Jesus.
There's what comes to mind for me for that, and it's probably not. I don't know how meaningful it will be, but what comes to mind is uh, many collapsing into one, right? A few weeks ago, I was like agape, and Peugeot's video about talking about how there's all of this, and that in love, in fact, even just in our idea of this Latin word and usage of love, where there is a manyness that collapses into one,
Mm-hmm.
that it is with that, and it is on that basis of, it is in love that we take all of these seeds of logos that we see across time,
Mm-hmm.
collapsing it into one, and knowing that all of that isn't us and isn't our power, and is
And
God.
isn't Jesus? See, this is the thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. We need to, in fact, unite them. But, and so last year's Easter sermon by Paul Vanderklay.
Hmm.
I was absolutely, um, floored when I found out that this is what all Christians read on. Well, I guess I don't think the Eastern Orthodox read John in public. Do you?
Sure,
But
we do.
you do. Okay. So I guess it's everybody who reads this. So this is the official reading for Easter, John 20. Now Mary stood outside the tomb crying. As she wept, she bent over to look into the tomb and saw two angels in white seated where Jesus' body had been, one at the head and and the other at the foot. They asked her, "Woman, why are you crying?" "They have taken my Lord away," she said, "and I don't know where they have put him." At this, she turned around and saw Jesus standing there. But she did not realize that it was Jesus. He asked her, "Woman, why are you crying? Who is it you are looking for?" Thinking he was the gardener, she said, "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him, and I will get him." Jesus said to her, "Mary." She turned toward him and cried out in Aramaic, and Christians always misspell this, Rabboni, not Rabboni. Rabboni, which means my teacher. Jesus said, "Do not hold on to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father. Go instead to my brothers and tell them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." Mary Magdalene went to the disciples with the news, "I have seen the Lord," and she told them that he had said these things to her. And I have to say, like, this verse floored me. Jesus said, "Do not hold on to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father. Go instead to my brothers and tell them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." If that doesn't explain what is absolutely wrong with the idolatry of Christianity, I have nothing else I can possibly say than stop holding on to him.
The central theme that we get out of, like, it's like, what is the gospel, right? And to the best of my knowledge, to the highest capacity that I'm able to stand under it and present it, seems to fundamentally be, and I had to come to this through like a pagan lens first, and that was the Gibeon phase, right? Where I was all of a sudden awake to all these ways that I was in bondage to all of these powers and principalities, right? All of this hatred and lust and greed and everything else inside of me. In that, the freedom that I have from that, right? That is in Christ. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, sure. Is Jesus Christ, though, right? About that particular person and manifestation, and to me, that is the news, right? It's like this incarnation, not just incarnation. This man who walked through us was fully man, fully God. He didn't have to die, but he gave to death and defeated death, and death could not contain him. And that is actually the reason why there is liberation from the passions, from the greed, from the lust, from the sin, right? It's the only reason that's why that exists. That is the origin story of that defeat of sin and death. And John, right, articulates the position very well that in his gospel, right? Yeah, and Logos is at the beginning.
But it's John who says, "Do not hold on to him," and this is
right.
Resurrected Jesus,
yes,
saying, "Don't hold on to me."
Yeah, and so he does unite with the Father, right? And in order for a son to exist, there is a unity with something that allows for a father. It's the only reason why you can conceptualize of a son at all.
Michael,
right?
But the ascension, right, is exactly my proof that there cannot be an incarnation in the way you are describing. It doesn't work. It's impossible. And that's fine, because that doesn't mean that God is not, in fact, capable of being fully represented in our lives. He can be, as much as it's possible. But when you hold on to Jesus, the way you are holding on to him, I think you are in fact destroying what he himself taught.
Let's see. There's a verse that comes to mind that helps resolve that for me.
Okay.
Trying to find where it is.
So I'm going to read some of the things. We have Yosef, Chag Sameach Yosef. Yosef says, many can't collapse into one when the one is particular, a created being. They can only collapse transcendentally into one at a higher level. Christians see this in suffering, death, and love. Sandy says, all stories are part of the story of God. I've held Jesus in a strange place because I'm not satisfied just saying what I want to understand or take into myself of God's truth. And then we have Claire Caw showing up. And what does it mean then, ascension? Those who were taken without dying, but Jesus taken from dying? I've heard foretaste of resurrection. Honestly, I think Christians, like I've said this forever, and I highly recommend listening to Paul's Easter sermon from last year. Um, I mean, just hearing it really made me think Jesus. Oh, and because he says that's why he asked about Elijah, because like you have Jesus meeting with Elijah and Moses, right?
Mhm.
Like if Jesus is the fullness of the Logos, then what were Elijah and Moses doing then?
Right, yeah. It's like origin story, right? I mean, look, we are doing things that break down rationality here, right? I get it.
But why? Why are you breaking down rationality when you don't need to? Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to collapse
Before I answer
all
that,
godliness
yeah.
into
That's a
Jesus?
fair question, man. That's a fair question. The cliff notes, that I should do a much better justice to, but I'll just make a quick swipe at. It's like uh, Christ also helps us understand that no one comes to the Father except through Him, right? And there's also a sense in which he's like he's a son of God, but we also become sons of God, but we actually that happens through Him, right? And that we
I
become
don't
by
understand that verse the way you understand it. I
that's right.
understand it very differently.
And just to cap off my thoughts there is that we become by grace, right? We become son of God by grace,
Mhm.
is what Christ is by nature, right?
And look, honestly, I think there is a there is a way that is true of the Rebbe, who also by nature was godliness, what was godly in ways that I have no capacity to be.
Yeah, from my position, everything that you found in him, that can happen through you by grace, and it's what also went on through Moses and through Elijah, right?
And I would say, see, this is the thing. Like it's like this insistence
Mhm.
this insistence on Jesus, this monomaniacal insistence and focus on Jesus, is precisely where Christianity falls apart.
Perhaps for us, it's also the good news, right? Uh,
How is this good news? The
well,
fact that no other person can that's bad news.
it's good news because this is the manner in which we understand how death is defeated and why there's liberation from the passions.
Um, Death is defeated. Okay, now I think I better understand why you view the death and resurrection of Jesus so centrally.
Mm.
And I have to say that the problem is that with that is that we and Christianity, I mean, Christianity, I would say later adopted against Paul. Paul seems to have a understanding which is very similar to you of a spiritual resurrection through Jesus, whereas Christianity has developed and claims to have a real belief in a physical resurrection, which is general and very different. And again, I don't think it works.
It's great. It's great. Yeah, I get it. So I through a Jungian lens, certainly I was like, oh, I'm willing to accept this like metaphorical resurrection that happens, and like I see what the Christians are getting at, and here I am again, to my surprise, professing it, truly and confessing that that the reason why that spiritual resurrection is possible is because of the what happened physically.
Which brings me back to my doubting Thomas.
Yes.
If Jesus came and ate fish with me, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
They it's funny, they hit on that in the New Testament, where it's like, even if you encountered, right, and then Jesus is constantly coming across people that like meet him and totally don't believe it anyway, and they're like, nah, I don't know you, I don't know. Like even his disciples, he's like, do you still not know who I am? So like even meeting him wasn't enough, and that's one of the central themes.
One of the central themes is if you had met him, it would be enough, and then it wasn't.
Like it's actually part of the comedy of the whole thing, right? It's like,
yeah, honestly, I mean, if you read Robert Eisenman, he thinks it's a sick joke. He thinks all of Acts and Luke is an absolute sick joke, and you can almost see what he's saying. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
well, the thing that I would really want to drive home that was meaningful to me this week was that it's. I look. I see what you see in what happens to those who are under this name of Christian, but are deep in suffering or deep in bondage, clearly to other things, right? And they don't look like a tree that's a son of light, right? I hear you, I see it, and what I would say is that that seems to be true across time to all the people that should be following the Lord, and that we go through these pendulums both in our own life and in bodies of rebellion and obedience.
So we have a comedian who wants to come on.
Yes.
Sterling.
Oh boy.
I promised myself I am going to actually go to bed in 5 minutes because I have homework I have to do. Look, all I can say is pray and consider. I think you've reached a place where certain things make a lot of sense to you and you're comfortable with that. And I am at a place where certain things make a lot of sense to me and I'm comfortable with that. But I mean, again, Jeremiah 31. Like, why are we having this discussion, Michael?
Well, I didn't answer your question earlier about what's like what's the need for defeating or like it being not rational or what have you, and I this is in line with the whole thing. I actually think that part of defeating death. So it's like, do I have this framework that makes sense to me? There's some things where I talk about like, okay, well, here's how this matches up, and here's how this makes sense to me. But there's pieces of this that I'm like, I'm professing and confessing this, and it's faith. It's not, it doesn't make, it's not rational to me. It doesn't make sense. And that is part of the point. And I think that is also, there's a sense in which that is also a defeating of death.
So defeating rationality when asher kor chabaderech, when it happens to you and cools you on the way, right? In a certain sense, we refer to Amalek as rationality, and it is. I mean, it is the final milchama havaya ba'Amalek dor dor. There is a war between God and Amalek in every generation, which is a difficult one. Because, yes, there is a limit to our rationality and our capacity to understand, which is incredibly important for us to acknowledge and to have the humility to say, I am here where I am, and I know what I know, and I know that that's not enough. At the same time, I think if if the foundation of your belief is the Hebrew Bible and this idea that Jesus is the Messiah, is the Jewish Messiah, then you have to go back to the basics of it. And it's I can't go beyond what Jesus himself said, which is that the twin commandments are, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, right? And Christianity has failed the test over and over and over again. And I don't say this in order to try to rob you of Jesus or Christianity. In fact, I mean, proselytizing is definitely very much against my religion. But you're coming here because you want to understand the Hebrew Bible and Jesus as he taught. And I don't think there's anything clearer. I really don't. I don't think there's anything clearer than Jesus cannot be the fullness of the revelation of God. And that starts from Genesis 1 and goes through Revelation, not just through Malachi.
The where we might find common ground is the basics for me seem to be in the Lord that seems to dwell in gratitude, and that when I give my attention to that and participate in that love, right, that I'm also able to encounter a certain kind of truth.
So,
and if I had no access to any Christian Bible or doctrine or ideas about Jesus or any of that,
right,
that might give us a lot more common ground. But with all of that, I hope, and it's like what's even my purpose for being here? I'll tell you, Jacob. It's actually not to learn about Hebrew so much as it is to have a relationship with you.
With me.
Sure. Yes. That's what this is, right? And that's actually the thing that like I come on here to talk to you personally.
Okay.
Um, and
Um,
and
well,
so
okay.
so with all of that, I'll stop with whatever this is. I would hope that the fruits that bear, right? As you encounter me and know me, even through this limited screen zoomness, whatever, that that the fruits bear out to be a certain kind of tree, and I pray that that's the case.
I do as well. I'll just say, I very much was hoping to help Christians connect better to Psalm 22, because I think there is a lot in Psalm 22 that is a way forward. And so, V'ata Kadosh Yeshev Tehilot Israel, right? I'll I'll say I'll just say pray on that. That's all I'll say is pray on that. And with that, I am going to turn into a pumpkin.
Thanks for your time, sir.